Hello, my name is Dallas, and today I'm back with what will probably be the finale of Horizon Forbidden West, at least until they announce DLC, if they announce any DLC. So, today is going to be a fairly straightforward day, because I only have 2 trophies left out that aren't story direct, so I have to scan 2 machines, and I've already looked up which machines I'm missing. And then now that I have a flying mount, I have to complete 2 flying quests. I have 3 flying quests currently tracking, so I just have to find which one, or I just have to pick 2 out of the 3, although I'll probably just do all 3.
Could look around with my focus, try to match the vista point image.
And one thing I'm actually testing out right now is whether this vista point counts as one of those quests. If the vista counts as one of the quests, then that means the next quest I get should pop the trophy. And then it's just a matter of doing as much of the game as I want past that point. Because after I scan those 2 machines and get those quests done, it's going to be entirely dependent. Oops. On what I want to finish, if anything else, outside of story. Oops. And I may go check out a rumor spot just to see if there's any side quests I missed. Otherwise, I may try to find something else to do, just so this isn't an extremely short stream. Like I may do some machine strike, or
Those wings.
I may finish up the black boxes. I would have thought that this was where I needed to go for the Vista quest.
Let's give this another try. I think this shows part of San Francisco from somewhere really high up. Okay, this looks promising. Maybe the image was taken somewhere on this tower?
There is a way to climb down.
Glide in.
Okay. And this will be the last Vista. I don't know if I get anything for doing all the Vistas, but will be nice to have another collectible done. And I did see that there's an Easter egg collectible, and I did actually look up what the collectible was, and it seems like it's kind of annoying to find without a guide. So I'm just gonna not do those, and it also seemed like the reward for them wasn't really worth it. So basically my goal is, first and foremost, to get the platinum. My second goal after that point is to finish up any collectibles that I happen to be in the mood for. And then from there, it's going to simply be beating the aim. Don't quite see where they want me to go here. Maybe down here. Rude. Is it maybe... I don't think it would be higher up.
Gotta stay in the right area. Try again.
There's only really 3 spots. That I can really stand.
Let's give this a try. I think the show's part of San Francisco.
It seems like it's definitely further down. There's a grapple point there. Or not grab point, a pull point. And that should lead me directly to the other one I pulled down, which seems promising.
This easy?
This one any closer? Not quite. This just kind of seems like it's going to take me back up here. Actually, this looks like it's higher up.
Got it. There's data here. A set of coordinates for some kind of cache. Looks like I have one more stop to make.
Isle of Spires for the Vista Point. There we go. It is kind of neat how I can go from a glide into a fly. So one more set of collectibles done. This one isn't for a trophy, unless this counts as part of the flying quests. If it does count for the flying quest, then great.
Okay. I think I'm close to the coordinates for the Vista Point cache. Keepsake and a message from Elizabeth.
Hello, I'm Dr. Elizabeth Sobek. Thank you for completing the Vista Point tour. I hope it's given you a better idea of the work we do at Miriam Technologies, but more importantly, why it is so critical. As you've seen, life is fragile. And as my mother once told me, it needs our support, our care, and our love to survive. I hope this message, which is the core of Miriam's mission, means as much to you as it does to me.
It does, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Okay, but did I get anything else particularly meaningful from that? Doesn't seem like I got any weapons, so I think it was just a resource. Gonna mark these off so they aren't showing up. And how am I doing? It looks like that would have been the last audio data point, at least the one that's listed. There's 5 that I missed there. The last vista. 2 black boxes I'm still missing. And 81% overall completion. So there isn't much else for me to do here. Unless I were to look up those missing collectibles, which I won't. Let's go finish up these 2 flying quests to get the trophy. Then I will go grab the missing machine scans. And then there's one more flying quest, which I'll do that just to knock it out. In which, let me track one of these. I think it's gonna let me call them because I'm too close to the village. Get a little bit of distance. There we go. Off to complete 2 quests over here. If the first one gives me the trophy, then I know the vista point counted.
West. One raft in an ocean. Should be easy to find.
If the first one doesn't give me the trophy, then the second one will. And they're both this direction, so it shouldn't matter which one I do. That looks like a raft over there.
I'm not gonna find anything out here. The sentry said the raft sailed west from Tide's Reach. Wreckage from a raft. Maybe those fugitives didn't make it too far after all. I'll only find out if I go down there. There's someone down on that rocky outcrop.
An outlander finding a sheep?
Do I need to be on my flying mount to talk to them? Or are they just kind of having a moment?
I'll shake it out as I go.
There we go.
You're one of the raiders who attacked Tide's Reach? Where are the others?
Holed up on top of a tower across the sea to the west. Where I left them. I thought that they were true Tanakh, but they're murderers, not soldiers.
The Tanakh the Tides reach think you should all face justice.
Then they should come and get me themselves. If you want justice, then find the others. Leave me here to face the sea. My last battle.
Fly to the top of the tower in the west. I guess before that I'll go for the shipwreck and then just keep working my way over.
So those fugitives are in a tower to the west. If they're close to landfall, they could be a threat to the clan. I better take care of them.
Okay, get to the shipwreck.
Better be careful. Should be able to look for that gyro compass with my focus. Compass here. The machines could have scavenged it out of the wreckage. I should check any scrap piles left around the island, just to be sure.
Optional mission to kill machines also apparently been spotted.
I have to build my stamina. Let's hope I can find a gyro compass in this place.
Good. Almost knocked off all the back pieces. There we go. Just a few shots to finish it. Probably don't need all this loot, but might as well grab it. At least the ones that are very obviously above water. Probably not worth it to try to dive for the other ones. Search scrap piles and kill the machines.
I'll pick these up.
That works. brittle kill. Didn't get the completion for machines, so it seems like there's still at least one around.
That's it.
Found it.
This thing took a beating. Not sure it still works. Better take it to Harry and Christia. Maybe they can fix it.
There's the other machine I missed, but since I completed the quest, I don't gotta worry about it. Okay, one to turn in, one quest to do, and then one quest that I'll do on the mainland later. Since I'm here, and since I've been pretty thorough about them, I should probably do the game of Machine Strike here. And then I can definitively say that I'm done with this island. At least, unless there's like random scannables, but I'm not worried about those. At least for the things that I would be interested in doing.
Need to find a spot to land.
I do wish there was a little bit more of a leap when getting off the flying mount, just so I don't fall.
By the ancestors. You're back. Is that?
I'm sorry.
It's broken. Our last hope.
No. There has to be a way to fix it.
How?
We just need to replace the batteries and the sensor unit.
Right, because they're just lying around a jungle for us to find. Wait,
The ancient fleet.
it might have what we need.
What ancient fleet?
When we abandoned our ship, we were washed ashore on a beach southwest of here.
There were ships built by the ancestors there.
Overseer Bohai will never let us go there. He won't risk losing any more navigators. He needs us to guide the fleet home.
No one's going home without a working gyro compass.
I can get them for you.
You'll need to look for a sensor unit. They're usually on a ship's antenna.
And batteries. 3 of them. They're small, so they might be hard to find.
I've got something for that.
We put our faith in you once again, ancestor.
Okay, some more to this quest. First things first, let's get board game.
Looking for a real challenge? Got my boards ready to go.
Just because it's one other completion node that I can check off a list, even though it's not one that's required for what I need. Anything else for 1 point? Sure, why not?
Let us do battle. Your time to shine, friend. Time for me to step up.
Three pieces I gotta get. 4 points, 2 points, and 4 points. So if I kill this one and this one, I win the game.
My turn. Oh, that's my cue.
Kind of want to make them push to me. I don't know a good way to do that.
Okay, I can do this. What'll it be? Kinda wish I'd thought that through.
Take 3 damage and I'll... At least in this position, the machine's gonna die anyway, so I might as well.
Here I thought I had it all worked out, and then you go on and do that. Gotta think this through. It's all you.
I'll take 1 damage there, but I think I'd rather move it back.
Okay, I can do this. Oh, that's my cue.
That was kind of what I was hoping for. The only thing now is either I chip away at the Ravager to try to force them down in like 2 turns, or I keep my Ravager up but try to move it safely around.
My turn.
I think I'm gonna try to move it around.
I'm done.
I believe this is not a...
Think this through.
I moved it 1 space too far.
Your turn.
Because now they're in a position where I can shoot both of them.
Well, looks like my strategy backfired. And
I'll
there
just
it
take
goes.
out that piece. I could do 1 damage to take out the long leg, but that doesn't really get me close enough to winning.
Time for me to step up. I don't like where this is going.
They killed their own piece.
Oh, that's my cue. You lost.
That was my bad.
Don't let that stop you from trying again.
I should have sacrificed my Ravager earlier.
Let's start.
Because if my Ravager had gone down, I could have moved my Apex into a position to win. But because I waited too long, I basically got double hit for both of them.
I can do this. My turn. Nice move. Guess I'll have to come up with another plan.
Is it gonna hurt? Actually, that was entirely bad play on my part.
That leaves you with one machine left. What now?
Two damage for 3 damage.
Good news for me. Your time to shine, friend. Time for me to step up.
Now to see if I can win this with one piece.
I'm done. That machine is all you have left now. Good luck. Gotta think this through.
And I cannot.
I win! Now that was a good game.
So yeah, that early mess up pretty much costed me the whole game because it was losing 2 pieces and getting nothing out of it.
What'll it be? Okay, I can do this.
3 damage, but will they take...
It's all you. Machine down! Ha! Look at you moving my pieces. I see how it is.
It's gonna be risky and I'm probably gonna lose that piece, but in order for me to lose that piece, they'll have to take 2 damage.
Look at
Which
that.
is more than I would have
One
inflicted.
machine left.
I can take that 3 damage.
Oh, that's my cue.
Never mind, I'm gonna lose.
I won the game. Guess I'm just that good.
Let's try mixing up the set. I don't think the Ravager doing a whole lot of work there. Try Swoop Tight.
Time to get started.
Gonna have the Swoop type coming in from the right.
My turn. I did it!
1 damage there. There is a free hit. Now either I take 2 damage to deal 2 damage, or I just kind of let them see if they hurt themselves.
What'll it be?
Looks like they did not. Well, that's 4 damage there.
Oh, that's my cue. Your time to shine,
Realizing
friend.
that is not a great spot to be in. Don't know the best way to approach this one. I think it's almost to move back. Actually can't afford to do that, so that might be a problem.
Gotta think this through.
Basically, my only hope is if I make them go on the offensive. The obvious problem being
Okay, I can do this.
that's me losing.
That's a win for me. Let's do it again.
I can't really make them go on the offensive from the position that I was in. I'm sort of realizing that the Ravager they have is a problem. And I already know that it's one of the machines that I have to take out as win condition, but I'm not seeing an
Time
obvious
for me to step up.
path to get to it. And it seems like this corner, they just kind of bully me.
Time for me to step up. My turn. Here I thought I had it all worked out, and then you go on and do that.
Seems like it should be fine. I say as I lose that piece,
Possible
but
you
they
go,
costed
buddy.
them 2 health.
Oh, that's my cue. Your turn.
If the Ravager wants to 1v1 me, that's not a terrible trade. Because if I take out this piece and the Ravager, then that's game.
Okay, I can do this.
Problem is whether their long leg will be able. Yeah, their long leg can attack.
You lost, but don't let that stop you from trying again.
I think I had a good idea there. I just got greedy trying to take out the Ravager. I should have just let them sit because I don't know if they would have been able to deal 6 damage in 1 turn. I I can't tell if it's better for me to get bullied in the corner or if it's
Gotta think this through.
a case where I should try to go for the upper right.
Gotta think this through.
The biggest problem is that it's just frankly that is a very good defensive corner that they have. There's not a whole lot that I can do to counter it.
Time for me to step up. I'm done.
I think I can do 1 damage there, but that doesn't do a whole lot for me. I think if I had played that a bit differently, I could have got a free strong hit there.
What'll it be? Oh, that's my cue.
I'm gonna wail on them as much as I can so that I can try to finish them off with the apex.
It's all you. You hit armor. I thought I was in trouble there for a moment.
I try to move back, but they're probably gonna go down.
Okay, I can do this. Your time to shine, friend.
Two damage on the Clamorjaw.
Okay, I can
Problem
do
is,
this.
can they deal 8 damage in 1 turn?
Your turn. Left you with just one machine, friend. Think you can still win?
I'll take 1 damage there and deal 1 damage to them. Or I move back to safety
Oh,
and make them leave that defensive spot.
your time to shine, friend.
And I win.
You beat me, but I bet I can win next time.
They left that spot, giving me the advantage. I was able to deal enough damage to win. I think even if I didn't get it on the first hit, an overcharge would have won it from that spot.
Let us do battle.
Starting off on the right side this time.
It's all you.
Which is actually going to be great for my swoop type machine.
My turn.
Because all I need to do is to get into that corner before they do.
Nice move. Guess I'll have to come up with another plan.
I'll actually just take out that
One down.
piece.
Time for me to step up.
I'll take that 2-point trade.
Let's get that piece out of there.
Another easy trade. So I only need to... That's a 3-point and that's a 2-point. If I take out either one of their pieces, I win.
Gotta think this through. My turn. Oh, that's my cue. Your turn.
Don't know if that was necessarily the best move, but
Okay.
that just means I have to hit that piece before they hit me. And I get 2 movements to try to do it. Or I hit this piece and win.
Looks like we have a winner. That was fun.
That was way easier. Last board, they only have 2 pieces.
Good luck.
So I'm assuming I have to take out both pieces in order to win. A 6-point rock breaker. They're going for that top right corner again. I think I'm going to do my same strategy of going to
Gotta think this through.
trying to get to that corner first.
Time for me to step up.
Looks like as long as they're in that corner, I can safely attack them. 2 damage to them, 3 damage to me, not worth it.
Okay, I can do this.
Two for 3 damage, I'll take that.
You hit my machine's armor. That's good. For me. Oh, that's my cue.
That was a weird bounce.
I'm done.
Either kill one piece or I kill another piece. Or not kill another piece, I damage it.
Let's see what you do.
I'm gonna go the damage there because that means starting next turn I can start moving twice and all I have to do is hit either of their pieces 1 time. I think there's 1 down.
Machine down.
So basically I've won this because I don't think there's any way they're doing 7 damage in 1 turn. And a win.
You won.
Why was the first one so much harder than the other 2?
Here. That deserves a special prize.
Like, the first one felt like they had such a strong mix
I'll be here if
of
you feel like playing some more.
being able to push forward
No one wants to play some strike? Anyone?
and bullying me, and the other one, it felt like it was very hard to push in because they had such an obvious, like, defense there.
Hey, draw went well, I take it.
But that is just another random strike down, so how am I doing on skill points? I didn't get any skill points. That's immediately weird. I also didn't know why it pulled up a message to say that I failed the arena challenge. Because I wasn't doing an arena?
There. Someone's lit a fire. It must be the raiders who attacked Tide's Reach.
I did not see where the fire actually was.
Up there! There's someone flying!
Who is that? Who cares? Bring her down!
Okay, that's the raiders. And they are a threat. I better find a place to land. And fight.
There's a perch over there. Is that the one I want to go to, though? It almost feels like that's too far away.
I can't let these fugitives escape.
Bring that Outlander down!
Don't have enough stamina yet.
If I can get the helmet, this will be an easy fight.
This isn't your business! We make our stand here!
Further!
Why did you follow us?
That's the last of
There
them.
we go.
Those raiders won't be attacking Tide's Reach again. Or anyone else.
Completed the errand.
Is this all their supplies? Whatever they stole, they've used or lost most of it. We might as well take what's here.
Apparently I already own that blast sling, so I can't use it. Which is not something I actually expected to see. Okay. Time for the last flying mission, because I didn't get a trophy. Or not the last flying mission, the last one required for the trophy. If I get this one, that leaves one optional one left to do. And then I will be out of side quests, so I can go for the 2 machine scans. I'm thinking there's anything I want to grab, it would probably be about the black boxes. because that's just another collectible line that I can knock out that I only need 2 of. And it also gives me an excuse to try a few more arena challenges just to see if there is anything worthwhile for doing those, other than like the legendary gear, or if it's a case where I would have to grind for everything, in which case I will not do all of those.
Marion and Christie said I'd find ancient ships in this area. I should take a look.
There we go.
Maybe I should call back that phone we had over.
Curtis is trying to continue swimming. Because I have to find the ship before I leave my mount. I mean, that looks like a ship over there. Does seem like if I mash X, I also fly forward faster.
There.
Which, in general, is good.
Maybe it has what Harry and Christie need to fix the gyro compass.
Gather resources and gather the sensor unit. The sensor unit, they said, is going to be on the antenna. I don't know if I should be swimming around the outside of the ship or if I should be trying to go through it. There's something way on the ground over there that looks like an energy cell. Yes, luckily it also doesn't seem like there's a current here.
Looks like some sort of power source. Must be a battery. Down, 2 to go.
Random burrowers around.
Let's hope the sensor unit is still intact. No sensor unit. There is an old recording.
This is the USS Anchorage, hailing anyone who's left. The Medina, the Omaha, and the New Orleans are down, and the swarm just cracked the Harris open like an egg. Incoming! Hold on!
Another banner.
The lead Horus is... This is the USS Anchorage, hailing anyone who's left. The Medina, the Omaha, and the New Orleans are down, and the swarm just cracked the Harris open like an egg. Incoming! Hold on! The lead Horus is heavily damaged. If we can concentrate fire, maybe we can still take it down. I think we've got a ping on the Hamilton! it! Sensors down! We're sailing blind!
Okay.
Take a look inside that shipwreck. See if there's any power sources there.
Another battery. Last battery.
Focus picked up coordinates from that transmission I found. If there's more shipwrecks there, we might have an intact sensor.
Coordinates of the transmission. I'm actually just gonna fast travel there. I don't feel like swimming back up and flying over.
Well, that ship has an antenna with a dreadwing perched on it. Great. Gonna have to deal with it before I can look for the sensor the Quen need.
Weird position. I couldn't get a good shot on him. Take that big boom. Seem to be mildly stuck. Knock something off. Almost out of sludge. Oh, that works.
Okay, I should be able to check out that antenna now.
It's just a resource canister. Since I teleported in, I don't really see an obvious way up unless I just need to walk on this. There we go. Okay, that's the last of my sludge, so I will need to restock that later on.
An intact sensor unit. This should be all that Harriman and Christia need.
Okay. Since it already marked the errand as complete, turning in this quest should give me the trophy immediately.
I found what you need.
Thank you. I'll get working on the gyro compass immediately. I'm coming home, Leandra.
You've done us a great kindness, Aloy. Christia is not the only one with people waiting back home. She'll be able to fix that gyro compass in no time. We'll never be able to thank you enough. But this should be a start.
If you need anything, tell Bohai to contact Alva. I'm sure she can help.
May the ancestors steer us true.
There it is. So now, as far as trophies, all I have to do is scan a grazer and a behemoth. Grazers are one of the first machine types I encountered, and apparently I just never scanned them. And behemoth I did scan, but I died after I scanned it, so I lost the scan. A lot of unknown markers over here. I'm actually just gonna clear out this little corner while I'm getting the grazer, because why not? I doubt any of them will give me anything I particularly need. But worst case, they'll just give me random treasure. Also, I do think I still had one thing that was only 3 skill points. Overshield. Apparently trap specialist also. I'm basically still missing like 30 skill points. So I'm probably not going to max out the skill tree. Also grazer site over there. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna clear out this little corner. I'm not going for a true 100%, but as close as I can get would be neat. Couldn't really see where the icon wants me to go. I'm guessing it's just up here. I slightly tried to grapple my flying mount, but it went out of range and knocked me down. I guess the marker was higher up the mountain the whole time. giving me an icon like it's directly behind me. Or at the very least, somewhere below me. Outside the cavern. These aren't too bad, because all it is just grabbing a bunch of loot and then I'm done.
How's it a green shell?
Also apparently a fire gleam. Seems like I got everything deep in the cavern, but there's still something left higher up. Something pinging over that way, so I think that's through here. And I'm just not seeing where it is. Exit's there. Over there. Apparently, I missed some. And the chest was not what I was missing. I am very heavily reliant on pings underwater, which is not the most reliable. Because if I don't see it ping, I think it could either be that I'm not close enough, or it could be just me not seeing it. Usually they give me some kind of indicator if I finish. Either it'll be on the map or it'll be like a little message in the corner. If they keep telling me of the objective, I'm assuming I'm missing something. There it is. Okay, all done here. There's also fire gleam up here. Is this just a way out? Which would be nice. And it is way out. So now, where am I? Right by the grazer site. New entry added. Okay, so the last machine I need is a behemoth scan. And then the last one is the story one. But I don't think the story one counts for the achievement. Or the trophy. Because when I was checking the achievement information, it listed 43 machines as the required amount, and I was at 41. So if that one and the behemoth are the two that I'm missing, that would be the last two I need.
That'll break my fall.
Slipped off the edge. Didn't see what that opened up. But I'm guessing it was just that one chest. I don't see anything else over here. There is something else, then it seems like it's quite well hidden. The marker's gone anyway, so it doesn't matter. So 2 of the 5 audio ones I'm missing. So I would still like to clear out some of these corner icons. Especially because there's one right by the metal flower, and usually if that happens it's because it's a black box. It's not necessarily a guarantee, but it's usually a good tell. Unless there's like a fire gleam right next to it. Because I've already got all the drones, so I don't have to worry about those. Or it could always just be a random bug, like one I got previously that put itself back. Also, just for later's sake, I will need to find a behemoth spot. Behemoth convoy down in the desert area. All I have to do is scan one of those behemoths in that convoy and I should get another trophy. And then the only trophy left after that is completing the last chapter of the game, or the last story mission. And anything else I do past that point will purely be bonus material. Actually, probably when I finish up the story, I'm probably going to call the stream after that, because... So I'll get as much side content done now before going to the story. But once I'm done with the story... Oop, don't want that. That was a mistake. That was a very quick dismount. Okay. Got the next icon marked. That does look like an old airplane, so that should be one of the two I need.
Just scattered. Signal seems to be coming from behind those rocks. I need power to get this door open. Guess I better hope there's a battery somewhere around here.
Gotta find the metal flower and the battery. Metal flower's further in, so I need the battery.
There's a flight recorder nearby. I could add to the collection at the Grove. I'll have to fly up there. Things get loud whenever Longlight's involved.
Kinda just wanna go for the override on the long leg and then let them fight it out with everybody else. While I try to find the battery. Maybe a fanghorn should also be fine. Can't I expected the fanghorn to take down the long leg so easily? Here's the battery. Put them in aggressive again. Pretty much just using them as a distraction. Until I can get this, and then I can fly out of here. I also just realized now that I'm thinking about it. So 2 of the 4 audio data points are gonna be for black boxes.
I thought I'd got away from you, McMillan. Once a driver, always a driver, huh?
I don't know. Were you ever flight certified, Hanson? Yeah, I copy that, Control. We are clear for takeoff.
I guess the pusher that replaced that little robot is feeling real proud of himself today. Okay, Mac, let's get up there and frag some tin.
Those pilots were ready for battle. That's a feeling that Tanakh will understand.
That's a weird icon. So there's one more black box somewhere. Part of me thinks it's gonna be like underwater over here because that seems way out of the way. It's something I wouldn't normally find. Let's actually check it out.
Flying for now.
Flying does make traveling real convenient. Especially if I just want to check an icon, because it seems like I can just hover over it. And if it's not the one I need, then I leave. And then in between attempts, I can always try to grab what I'm missing. Also, that looks like a plane there, so this might be the one I'm missing.
cutting way.
Where's this loop? Doesn't seem like it'll show me what the icon is until I get close.
The signal's coming from
Is a black box?
the location of this anymore.
So that's the last one I need.
There aren't any more beacons showing up on my focus.
I can't raise the airfield.
Must be the
Must have
last
been
of the
destroyed.
recruiters.
Well, we're
If
out
not
of time and
soldier
out
at
of
the
fuel.
door,
I have to put us down in that lake.
return.
Let's give these soldiers a chance to die fighting. This is the flight deck. We're going for a water landing. Leave everything behind except what you need for the fight. Now's your time to go out in a blaze of glory. Brace! Brace!
I wonder if any of those soldiers survived long enough to fight the machines.
Okay, so last one done there, so time to grab the other trophy by scanning this convoy. We'll actually just go ahead and mark that. I'm not gonna fight them because I don't need to. Just need to get close enough so that I can scan. Okay, so that means the only machine left is the one that's going to be tied to story. Also, apparently I got a weapon called the Sky Killer at some point. It looks like gives fire, explosion, and... or small explosion and big explosion. I feel like I'm gonna like that more than the Bull Blaster, just because I tend to be focused more on damage than elemental. So the only thing left to do now is turn in those black boxes.
No rebel or machine will stand before this outland cannon. I picked it up right as the machine lunged at me.
Can I ask you something? Of course. I have more voices for you to preserve. You honor the fallen. That's the last of the voices I can detect. You found them all. I was worried that the Delvers would have looted them before they could be recovered. The voices of these ancient soldiers deserve to be held in honor, not sold as entertainment. I will make sure everyone who comes to listen knows that it was you who saved them for us. From one recording to all these, now I have the chance to learn so much about this forgotten war. Thank you. It will make me a better soldier, a better Tenakth.
Okay, completed all those. Wings of the 10, which it looks like is a blastling, which does explosion, explosion, and sticky bombs. Probably not one I would use, but could be good for adding some just big explosive options. So now the only thing I could... Actually, there's only two things that I can really think that I could even potentially do, short of taking down the Machine Strike Master, is completing my last side quest, which is First to Fly, and then everything else is pretty much just grinding. So let's dip into the arena challenges just to see how I do. If there's one that I get particularly stuck on, then I'll bail, do the last side quest, and beat the game.
If it isn't Regala, what can I do for you, Aloy?
So first things first, how am I doing on medals? I have 14 arena medals. Which is pretty much everything I need to get all the epic gear. And then it's just a bunch of hunter medals, which I could buy 2 pieces of gear. So like, just buy these because why not? So hypothetically, if I wanted to like do actual completion for this, I could go grind out 54 hunting medals and buy the last blastling, but that seems like a waste. Alright, I already have epic armor, so there's the hunter bow, the sharp shot bow, the blast forge, the bow blaster. This one's impact, something else, and explosive damage. This one looks like it's corruption, or actually that's, no, glow blast, and then impact damage. Compared to my current bow, it's purely more damage, and it trades, I think that was a component piece for glow blast, so elemental for one other thing. And then there's this, which would weirdly lower my damage, but that's probably because I've upgraded this bow 3 times. And instead of having Berserk and that other ammo type, actually I would have the same ammo type, but I would trade Berserk for Shock.
Good luck on the hunt. Well, safe travel.
So both bows, when upgraded, would be definitively better than what I have. But
test your skills in the arena?
The problem is basically how the arenas are set up, because the best I can get is 10 medals. Actually, no, 16 is the best for higher ones. So basically I would have to get very far into the arena challenges before it gets a point where it starts snowballing into getting me what I need. And I would have to do that within the time limit. All while both within the time limit, and I would have to complete like dozens of challenges. got it with 3 seconds left. And yeah, the arena challenges are definitely going to be the roughest part of this. If I were to actually go through and try to do all of them. And I think it's mostly because of the time limit. Because I have almost every ability that would be worthwhile. And most of my gear pieces are legendary. So it'd be purely down to how much damage I could do in that time. Does seem like this spike thrower's doing work though. And I got it. And yeah, here's my inherent problem, is that after completing 6 challenges in this, actually it might have been 5, I don't know if I got the Slither Fang under time, but after completing at least 5, I only got a 1/4 of the medals I actually needed for any items. Down. And I got it. I'm definitely relying on this advanced spike thrower because they're giving me free ammo. Is this the same one that I just did? Or do I have a preset gear now? Yeah, that's a canister chaos, so that was the same one. Weak against frost, but increases weapon stamina. Resonate blast and radiant blast will help you claim victory. This is probably the one where I would get stuck if I wanted to actually get all of the medals, because fixed loadouts are rough. Especially because it seems like it always pits me up against a boss level machine. Oops. Yeah, I don't think this one's gonna happen. Problem with this one is more so I think 3 machines is a little bit too much for this loadout. I think maybe if I was lucky, I could probably get... Especially because I have to pretty much be focused on the Tide Ripper. Because they will just knock me around the map, and there's nothing I can do. Try Radiant Blast because I have not done that yet. Getting knocked around. Yeah, I'm gonna run out of time. So I think I broke the short bow animation. Well, I killed one of the enemies out of 3. And I got knocked out. So, yeah, I don't feel like doing that one. Kudos for anybody who was able to beat that one in under 40 seconds, although I don't know if it measures difficulty as well, or if there's like a preset difficulty to all of them. But for the point that I'm at,
If you got medals, you're worthy of our gear, champion.
I'm more worried about just finishing up what I can in the game. And I don't think spending an hour trying to get through the arena is going to be worth it for one bow that I'll use for 2 missions. I do need to restock my stash while I'm here.
It's getting dark. It's settling in.
Okay, so time for the last side quest. First to fly. At least this seems like it's the last side quest. I haven't seen any rumor spots to indicate that there's more side quests I missed. I can always check at the base, but the last time I was at the base, they did not have anything.
This is the mountain I like to knock threshold with a stormbird.
I am mildly stuck on a tree. So if I get up to the mountaintop there, that'll be the quest spot, and I believe it's to fight a stormbird.
Marika's armor should be around here somewhere. There we go.
Oh, and it's just gonna be somewhere in this area.
I can grab this from my stash later.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything at least immediately obvious.
A fragment of Marika's armor. There must be more. I don't like the sound of that. Another armor fragment.
Another one up there.
Looks like another bit of armor.
Whoa! It must be the Stormbird that killed Marika.
No, hi. That was a big hit. Weak to acid and glow blast. Rude. No stompies. Apparently I stunned them. Coming for a dive. That's my mount. Oh, hi. And they're back. Man, the snow here is rough. Oh, more explosions. Have you considered more explosions? What do I need to make these? I need volatile sludge. And I think my inventory glitched because it's showing that I have 158 in stock, which I'm pretty sure is not right. Get a few crits in. Almost died. And I got him.
I better look at Stormbird. I might have a scrap of Freaka's armor. One more bit of armor lodged in the machine. I guess that's it then. I should let the Tanakh know I recovered what's left of Freaka's kit.
Okay, just gotta go turn in the quest. And how am I doing? A good thing I'm not going for true 100% because trying to find all these scans would suck. Especially like those data points, because those could be anywhere. They could be hidden in metal flowers, they could just be random glyphs that I forgot to scan.
In the name of the Ten.
We saw you fly. Did you find Farika?
I was able to retrieve her armor. What's left of it anyway. She didn't stand a chance against that Stormbird.
Ah, I see. Painful end. But not without glory. So, what do you think? Was she the first to fly on the wings of the Ten?
She was brave, and spent a fair amount of time in the air. I'd say what she did qualifies.
She flew. I knew it. The first to fly. As her successor, you should keep her armor. You can fix it up at the workbench. This way.
Once you repair the armor, you're welcome to it. You take after Farika. Bold, brave, and a diplomatic liar.
She met a harsh fate. Let her have the title.
Fair enough. It's kind of you to show such humility.
Okay, where's the workbench? Is it marked?
You are a true soldier. You've earned our trust. That's her.
I do also need to grab things out of my stash again, because I did use up a lot of resources.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade. Taro can depend on the Sky Clips.
Okay, no other really major upgrades for anything that I have equipped. I'm just kind of curious what they require. Dreadwing, Tide Ripper, some Apex gear. Yeah, basically, the legendary ones require automatic boss machine level, or at the very minimum, Apex versions of smaller machines.
Hey. Good day.
And one more skill point, which will not be enough to get me anything. Concentration, concentration regen, and potent medicine. So I guess the nice part about the legendaries especially though is it looks like they have 5 coil slots, which leaves a ton of room for small customization that I will never make use of because they're way too much of a pain to upgrade. And I also don't have any particularly amazing coils that it looks like would fit them even if I did upgrade them. Like corroding chance doesn't do much for me. Yeah, really, I don't have a whole lot of particularly good coils, at least that can be equipped on those pieces. But now that I finished up that quest, there isn't really anything else that I want to do, and the only collectible I have left to turn in are drones, which I do at the base where the main quest is. So I think I'm just gonna go for the end. And assuming there's nothing extreme that I forgot, as soon as I clear the story, I should get the... Oh, there's a rumor.
Chill air's prickling my lungs.
I see you, champions. There's someone in Arrowhand who's been looking for you, champion. Goes by the name of Moralo. Sounded like he had something important to discuss.
I'll try to stop by Arrowhand when I can, then.
A new errand. Yeah, let's knock out another side quest. I'm only 2 hours in. Still plenty of time. Also, that's surprisingly close.
Good day. The tribe owes you a great debt. Walk with Strickland. I was stuck on guard duty. They outland. Conqueror of Regala.
You said something about rewarding me? You don't have to. Regala had to be stopped.
That battle was almost the end of me and my partner Sosek. During the fighting, I was surrounded by rebels just as I saw a machine about to strike him down. Then your bomb fell from the sky and he was saved. We all were. I can't properly repay you for what you did, but I can offer you something.
You really don't need to.
Honor is payment enough for any warrior, I know, but Greenshine will buy more blades. I discovered a cache of it inside a cave on a mountain to the southwest of here, right at the edge of the desert. It's guarded by machines, but if you can fly in and bomb them as you did in the battle, you can claim the Greenshine for yourself.
I might give it a try. Do you want me to bring some back to you?
No, it's for you, all of it. The least I can give you for saving Sosek's life. I only wish I could be there to see you swoop from the sky and claim it.
A cache of Greenshine could come in handy. Sounds like I'll have to fly up there. And a bomb from a Horus would make dealing with those machines a lot easier.
She's good. She who flies on the wings of the...
So now I can fly up that mountain. Maybe I should follow Gatunok's advice and get a bomb first.
Gather the Horus energy cell down there.
West of the Osram in Vegas. That should have a bomb.
I did vaguely remember seeing that there were 4 flying quests, so this is probably the last one. And it does make sense that the rumor wouldn't give me this one until after I was able to actually do it. But this will give me 1 more skill point, which will give me 1 more ability. I don't think I'm going to get 15 skill points out of doing much else. Unless there's like a whole bunch of endgame quests, which, if that's the case, I won't do those. Because as soon as I get the platinum for completing the story, that's probably where I'm going to call it. I might do some last minute dialogue options if they're around, but I would rather end it on a high note of finishing the platinum than doing extra stuff that doesn't really matter. I should have actually probably just fast traveled down there. In fact, I'm gonna just go ahead and do that.
There's the Horus. Time to pick up a bomb.
There we go.
Machines. Must be the spot Moralo told me about. This bomb should come in handy. Time to drop that bomb. Should make things easier. Gotta finish off those machines and pick up that green shine.
Actually, let's override one and then make him aggressive, and then just let him kind of duke it out. I do have electricity for the shredder. Oh, they came zooming in. Look. One more machine. I think I missed the grab.
Machines, time to find that green shine.
Oh, yes, that wasn't too bad.
Not worried about running out.
Apparently I knocked off a tusk at some point. Bunch of random glow blast containers around. Don't really need those. Metal flower up there.
There's the cache. I just need to get past those vines. Uh-oh, this is gonna be tough.
Oh, hi. I think usually to get primary nerves I have to avoid popping any canisters. I forgot there was water here. Sweet. I'm actually a bit surprised that managed to hit me. Thought I was out of the way of it.
Going.
Oof. They are really committed to these melee hits. Are some acid canisters. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a pop on them. It's a weird way to roll, and I am kind of stuck. What if I... explosive? Close. There we go.
I hope that's all the machines I have to deal with. It was nice of that Tanakh soldier to point me this way. I wasn't looking for thanks, but I'll take it.
Don't know if I'd exactly call that a cache. That was like 2 items, only one of which is particularly rare, that I have several of. I'm not super worried about getting that one question mark next to me, so head back to the base and see if there's any last minute rumors, otherwise story.
Safe travels, champion.
You shouldn't miss this chance to trade.
No rumors. So that should be every side quest then, unless they're region locked, which would be also weird if I had to check every individual rumor person to see if I missed any quests. And like if I was really curious on any that I was missing, I could always like just look up how many quests there are compared to how many quests I did. But 85%'s not too bad. And it might go up after I turn a few things in.
Hey, Mr. Know-It-All is here. You know, your focus buddy who never smiles. I didn't know what to do with him, so I had him wait in your room.
Got it. Thanks. Well, Silence. Looks like you finally found a door you could open without me.
I'm glad it's there, actually. It kept me from having to mingle with the company you keep. But enough prattle. I believe you owe me an explanation. Your plans for the Zenith base?
You're right. I do owe you. My spear in your throat for deceiving me again. At the Hades Proving Lab.
I doubt you asked me here for that kind of reckoning.
No. Right now, I need your help. So I'm giving you one final chance. But if you ever betray me again, I will kill you no matter what the circumstance. Understood?
Very well. Though we'll both face a decidedly short future if you can't get us inside that base.
Aloy, your other guest is here. She's, coming to you.
Thanks. Good timing. The truth is, I can't actually get us into the base. But she can.
The company you keep is even worse than I thought.
Not a fan of surprises, are you? Oh, look. That must be your little invention.
Does the weapon work? Without self-destructing?
Of course it does. I've eliminated the imperfections and greatly improved its design and output.
How can we be sure?
Care for a demonstration?
Enough, both of you. We're in this together, at least for now. Go talk to Erend. Tell him I said to give you rooms of your own. I'll come see you when I get a chance.
Oh no, you first.
Better get everyone in the control room so Tilda can tell us what she knows about the Zenith base.
And I could go through my companions and get some more dialogue.
It's time to get everyone together so Tilda can brief us. But is there anything I should handle before that?
But I think for now I'm just gonna focus on story.
There we go. All drones are reconnected to the dome now. All right, people. I need you up in the control room, right away. Okay, everyone. We all know what's at stake. Beta, Gaia. Not to mention life on Earth. Now, it might seem like the Zeniths are invincible, but they're not. We've got what it takes to break into their base and defeat them. We even have one of them on our side. Tilda, show us the base.
It is constructed atop the ruins of an ancient military facility on an island to the southwest. I can get us inside. To this location. Undetected.
How exactly?
You'll know when you need to. Once inside, our goal will be this structure. The launch tower. Gaia and Beta are being held at the top. But along the way, we will face overwhelming resistance. Most importantly from Gerard, Eric, and the others. But also...
Once I take away their shields, we should be able to deal with them. But it will be easier to deploy the device if someone else is carrying it. I'll need a strong back.
Carry stuff? Yeah, I can do that.
Even if your device works, there will still be Spectre drones, scores of them.
If only we had an army to fight them.
I've got that under control. You'll know when you need to. All right. We'll meet up again just before we go in. Where's the best place to rendezvous?
On the coast, just across from the island. Once there, I'll show you the way.
Okay. I'll let you know when I arrive at the rendezvous point. And then you can join me. In the meantime, do whatever you need to prepare. Understood? You two? A minute? Tilda helped me get in touch with Beta, and she told me something important. There's an installation inside the base. It's called a regulator. Here. Once we're inside, I need you two to split off from everyone else and destroy it. So you'll have to bring explosives. This will help stop the drones. Everything depends on it. You with me? After that, I want you to find a way to infiltrate the Zenith network. How? Go over all the data that Beta left behind. She knew how to do it, I'm sure of that.
All right. But why? What am I trying to do?
Find information about the Zeniths. Anything Tilda's not telling us. Silence is right about one thing. There's no way we can take her on her word.
I'll do my best.
Keep her safe, okay?
On my life.
Okay. Almost time to go after Beta and Gaia. Might be good to check up on everyone first.
Okay, so since it's an optional mission objective, I will pivot and talk to everybody to clear out all the dialogue.
Oh no, I got enough trouble with Vitalo, always kicking my ass. The way my luck's going, I'll bet you're a pro.
It is kind of nice how occasionally I can get things in the treasure chest that I need. I guess that takes some of the added pressure of grinding off. Like, I can apparently upgrade my bow right now because I got a random thunder draw on that.
Did you need something?
Workbench first. Just a pure stats boost. Then it's like Apex parts that I could get, but probably not worth it this late in. Okay, looks like I'm generally good on ammo. So, time to talk to everybody.
You nervous?
I'd be lying if I said I'm not slightly apprehensive.
The plan will work if we all focus on our assignments.
Right.
I suppose you saw that Tilda is here. Our very own Zenith.
I almost went up to her to ask her, well, every question I've ever had about the legacy. Every diviner I know would kill to get 5 minutes with one of the old ones. But now that she's here, all I feel is a vague unease. I don't know if I'm scared of finding out more uncomfortable truths, or just scared of her. Probably both.
The rest of us should be enough of a distraction to the Zeniths for you to hack into their network undetected. But you'll have to be quick, in case they do.
What exactly do you expect me to find, Aloy?
I don't know. The truth, if we're lucky. Any more data catch your eye?
All of it? I have so much to study up on. Years, actually. I'm particularly interested in the Odyssey. We knew the ancestors had made it to the moon. In fact, we theorized some of them had settled on it. But Sirius is way farther than that. And we thought journeying across the ocean would be the feat of a lifetime. The sheer calculations needed for space travel. It's overwhelming to think about.
Even so, the Quen are way ahead of other tribes when it comes to understanding this stuff. Where I grew up, everyone thought that stars were sparks that rose from a fire lit by the goddess to guide us through the night. So, all of the tribes here are new to you?
Yes, I've been studying up on them. The most fascinating one thus far has been the Tanacht, an entire culture based on the holograms of an ancient museum. there's much they've misinterpreted, not unlike the Quen. But still, there's a nobility to what they've become. They're honorable and fearless.
And deadly. Once all this is over, will you go back across the ocean?
I don't know. The more I think about it, the more worried I become. If I go back, I don't even know if they'd let me keep this focus you gave me, or what they'd do to me for reading what is clearly forbidden data. Even if I somehow were allowed to carry on my duties as a diviner, would I be willing to let the truths I've learned about the ancestors be buried away by the Board of Overseers? Would I dare challenge them and risk my family's safety? Or losing Federa?
Who's this Federa you mentioned?
She is another diviner. One of our best. We used to be rivals at the academy. I hated her guts. But apparently there's a fine line between hate and love. We became very close, and then I was assigned to the expedition. She promised she'd wait for me, no matter how long it took.
Well, that was smart of her. She won't do any better.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I do. Are you okay?
I was wondering, is it really safe having someone like Regala here? She seems angry. The kind of angry that leads to murdering people in their sleep.
Don't worry. We're going to point that anger in the right direction. The Zeniths.
If you say so.
I hope our new guests have been behaving.
The Silence. He's the one who built the weapon that can take down Zenith shields?
He is. Though I wouldn't expect him to answer any questions about it. He refuses to dole out his secrets to us lesser mortals.
Oh.
You know that special part of us that makes us warm, kind, welcoming?
Our spirit?
Yeah. He was born without that. How are you holding up?
Varl's loss is heavy on everyone's mind. I didn't know him well, but I can see how much he meant to the others. Zoe and Erend seem to have taken to it the hardest, but I don't quite know what to say to them.
They need time to sort through it.
And what about you? Will time heal your wounds?
I don't know. I try not to think about it. Have you spoken with Zoe at all?
A little bit, but I did hear her singing with Varl not too long ago. I don't think they noticed. Zoe seemed so free when she did it. Like every emotion she had was taking flight in song. And she looked happier because of it. I felt so dull and nervous in comparison.
You should ask Zoe to teach you sometime. About Utaru music.
Maybe.
We won't let the Zeniths get away with what they've done.
Everyone's ready to take the fight to the enemy.
And you?
Nervous? But I'm ready too.
Don't worry. We'll get through this together. I want you to know I'm glad you're with us, Alva.
Whatever happens, I'm grateful that the legacy brought us together. I never thought I'd get to actually meet an ancestor.
Come on, do I look that old? Katala will protect you inside the Zenith base.
I'm not afraid. I know Katala will fulfill his duty, as will I. If we die doing so, at least it'll be alongside a friend.
I'd rather you both stay alive, if you don't mind.
We'll try and keep that in mind.
I need to get going.
I'll be at the rendezvous point. May truth lead us to victory.
Okay, one companion down. Think there's like 5 more.
Aloy, we're ready to meet you at the rendezvous point whenever you call.
Fighting the Zeniths. isn't going to be easy.
Nothing you do ever is. At least, now you don't have to do it alone.
Thanks. Thoughts on our new Zenith acquaintance?
I'd say she smells like death, but even death smells of something. She's more like a cold piece of metal, bent on repelling all semblance of life.
She's definitely different. Everyone here, training, working together. If it weren't for Varl, none of it would have happened.
You know, there was this one night, right before Varl left with you to go to Gemini. He realized I was having trouble sleeping. I was nervous about the mission. To be honest, I think we both were. So, he asked me to join him in Gaia's dome. He brought up this hologram of Earth that you two found back in the Zenith launch facility. We sat there, just looking at it. I thought about how Plainsong was just a speck on that great sphere. How every corner of it must be teeming with life. And any fears I had about our mission were gone. I miss him terribly.
I know. Ready to head over to the Zenith base?
Whatever comes, we will endure.
You look like you have something on your mind.
We're going to war soon. And war is something I promised myself I'd left behind in the Red Raids. But the more of your data I go through, every voice I hear, every word I read from our ancient past, it makes me realize just how much life was given so that ours could flourish. Fighting for that gift, it's our responsibility. If we fail, it was all for naught.
Helps to know you're not alone.
For a moment there, you sounded like Varl.
I don't know what you're talking about. Have you talked to any of our new friends?
Erend and I tried speaking to Sylens, but apparently our tribal prattle is unnecessary.
Charming, isn't he? How's Erend doing?
For a moment there, he thought he'd lost both you and Varl. But he never truly succumbed to despair. Guess that Oseram's stubbornness comes in handy sometimes.
Anything interesting happen while I was away?
Erend told us how you tracked down the Oseram supplying Regala with machines. In fact, he's quite adamant about relating the tale at least twice a day. But I can tell it meant a lot that you asked for his help.
I wouldn't have been able to track them down if it wasn't for him. You and Erend seem to be on better terms now.
He may have terrible taste in music, but he did apologize for mocking my tribe. And that ale he keeps raving about isn't half bad. I still plan on beating that stubborn face of his to break our sparring stalemate.
Try not to hurt him too bad. I should go. I'll let you know when I'm ready to head to the base.
Before you do, there is one favor I would ask of you.
What is it?
You placed this focus in my care, and gave me the highest calling an Utaru has ever known. If I should fall in battle, I'd like you to be the one to bury my seed pouch. For the both of us.
So...
make sure you stay alive to do so.
let's just try to all come back home. Okay?
Okay, 2 companions done.
Aloy, aren't we meeting at the beach near the Zenith base?
We are. I just wanted to check in on everyone first. We're finally doing this.
Never thought I'd be off on a mission to take down a bunch of immortals from the stars. I can hear the drinking songs already.
You, talked to Tilda at all?
I tried. I don't think even a hot forge could melt that ice. And you say she wants to help?
I think so. Well, let's hope. Doesn't look like any of our guests are making trouble.
Yet. So, Catalo tells me you flew. Well, that's new. I've been busting my balls trying to learn to read. You're out there having all the fun.
Don't worry. You'll be getting all the fun you can handle soon. With the Zeniths.
Looking forward to it.
If that one's not working right, you can have one of my spare focuses, you know.
Yeah, little bugger's got some personality, that's all. This saved my butt a couple of times now. It wouldn't feel right to leave it behind. You know, besides, it goes with my outfit.
Wouldn't want to spoil your look. Varl made the right call. You know, bringing you here.
Thanks. Yeah, Varl. You know, I never knew he had a sister. I found out a few days before you guys went to Gemini. I was, well, to be honest, I was terrified I'd screw up the mission somehow. So he sat me down for a drink. Just one, mind you. And we talked about family. Vala, Ursa, loss and revenge. How you helped us.
You know, we never did get that drink you promised back in the Embrace. And you never told me exactly how your sister escaped the Mad Sun King.
I guess we never got round to it. World ending and all. No time like the present, though. If you're up for it.
I guess Silence is keeping to himself, as usual.
I was hoping he'd give me an excuse to hammer his sorry ass to the ground.
Please don't.
You telling me you wouldn't want to get just one good hit on that smug face of his? After everything he's done?
Sure. Later. Right now, he's got something we need. Do you think so we'll be okay?
I don't think anyone's ever okay after losing the one they love. I can't tell you she's handling it better than I ever did. That keeps the rest of us level-headed.
Anybody take you up on that ale you brought yet?
Zoe can't stand the smell of it. I tried Alva, but I don't think she knows what taking a break means.
What about Catalo?
Ah, now there's a man that can hold his liquor. Pretty sure we downed half a keg. We had a good chat, I think.
You think it's time for us to finally have that drink?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course. Oh.
So, how did Ursa escape Mad Sun King Jiran's palace?
Well, first she had to survive the Sun Ring. See, during the war, the Karja threw a prisoner a day in there. And, you know, for what? To die as sacrifices, fighting machines in a pit. Thinking somehow that was gonna appease all the other deranged machines in the world? Ha! And when it was Ursa's turn, the Karja thought she'd go down if they threw a big machine at her.
Oh, but she didn't.
And she defeated all of them. Even got some of Jiran's kestrels for good measure. And the Mad Sun King was impressed, I guess. Thought it'd be funny to have her run around his palace as a servant. He enjoyed humiliating her that way.
I remember you telling me something about that. That's how she met Avad. He helped her escape.
Yeah, but what no Karja scroll will ever tell you is how the young prince snuck Ursa out of the palace. He knew their best chance was to get Ursa to blend in, so he got her everything she needed to disguise herself as a Karja noblewoman. Yeah, perfumes, veils, and all.
I get the feeling she wasn't too happy with that.
Oh man, Ursa would have rather fought her way out of that palace with her bare hands than put on all of that Karja eye paint. But Avad insisted it was the only way, so she agreed under one condition. Avad had to dress up as well.
She made Avad dress up like a noblewoman?
As perfumed and powdered as a babe. Ursa said he looked better like that than he ever did in a crown.
That would, definitely make for an interesting sight.
Oh, it worked like a charm, too. Not only did they make it out of the palace, they paid a traveling merchant to get Ursa to the border, and none were the wiser.
You were right. That was a story best told over a drink.
All good stories are.
I guess I should get going.
I'll see you at the rendezvous point. With my hammer ready.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Okay, 3 more.
There you are. Well done, Aloy. Despite my reservations, you managed to secure Silence and his weapon. You're truly a shining example of Liz's fortitude.
I've been thinking about what you said at your house. How you were friends with Elizabeth. It was more than that, wasn't it?
Perceptive as ever. You're right, we were together for a time.
Okay, so... what happened?
I was an orphan. I had always been alone. By my 30s, I was starting to wonder if that was simply my fate in life. And then I met Liz. We kept running into each other at conferences. We'd have coffee. At some point, it became drinks. I thought it was just shop talk, an exchange of ideas, but then I was surprised at how much I looked forward to seeing her. Soon we were flying halfway across the world every other week just to meet up. For the first time, I didn't feel lonely. I could imagine a future where I wasn't. I think Liz felt the same way at first. She had lost her mother a few years back. I filled a void for her. I know I did. But as time passed, it seemed as though she wanted less, and I wanted more. And so we ended things.
So helping me, restoring Elizabeth's dream, it's what,
a second chance, yes. I made a mistake leaving Earth while Liz stayed behind. I should have done more. So when I saw you, a woman who has carved her own remarkable path, beyond even what made Liz a phenomenon, I knew I had to help you. To do right by her.
Why did you make the data channel look like your...
I built that house as a shelter to weather, a safe place, not just cultural artifacts of incalculable value.
It seems like this is...
some of the greatest achievement
you wanted.
Yes. I thought if it would bring a hair data beam. I'm sorry, she needed it.
Seems like some of these options are going to be exactly the same dialogue ones that I already went over.
What else can we expect to find?
As I mentioned in the briefing, our goal will be the command center. That's where Beta and Gaia are being held. There are also printing facilities where the others have been amassing the natural resources they've stripped from the region.
What for?
First for use in the base's infrastructure, and then to fabricate more Spectre drones, a small army of them.
When I was out in the wilds, I saw a shuttle take off from the island, heading for space.
It was likely ferrying materials to and from our ship in orbit. After hundreds of years luxuriating in our digital comforts, the ship was barely space-worthy when we made our escape. Disaster can strike at any moment. We've learned our lesson.
Have you figured out how Silence's weapon works?
No, and he's been very careful not to allow me near it. I'll admit it bothers me, but regardless of how it functions, I am confident it will deactivate the other shields en masse.
How many of them are in the base?
10, including Eric and Gerard. Only a handful of us made it to our ship when our colony collapsed.
So, Eric. Was he always a bloodthirsty psychopath?
I believe he got worse over time. On Earth, he was the founder of a profitable private military company. A band of cutthroats, in other words. Even as governments abandoned human combatants in favor of automated warfare. He found success with clientele that required a more personal touch. There were also rumors that he personally hunted and killed his targets. On occasion, all for the thrill of it. But on Sirius, he retreated to virtual reality simulations. In them, he could go on rampages as violent as he pleased, though I suspect with diminishing satisfaction.
All of his tribe believes he was one of the greatest people from the old world.
Then they would be quite disappointed to meet him, though I'm sure he'd bask in the adoration.
What can you tell me about Gerard?
He was the head of the world's largest financial conglomerate, and as such had dealings with almost every major corporation. It made him one of the wealthiest people on Earth, and certainly the wealthiest among Far Zenith.
What does one person do with that much money?
Buy more power, more influence. Gerard's always believed himself to be a refined patrician, able to maintain control with a polished smile. But beneath that exterior is a cold and calculating operator. It was his decision to restrict Beta's upbringing to her digital educators, the avatars of the Apollo database, while we were painted as her benefactors.
Well, we'll deal with him soon enough. And the others.
I would very much like to see his face when he realizes we've beaten him.
When I was in the ruins of Vegas, I found data on a man named Stanley Chen. I think he was a Zenith.
Stanley, ever the optimist. He was one of the good ones. When we established our colony, he built an exact replica of Las Vegas in virtual reality. Lights, shows, gambling, every detail perfectly recreated. And while others cloistered themselves in their own fantasies, he flung his doors wide to everyone.
The way you're talking about him, I'm guessing he didn't make it back to Earth?
No, he perished when our colony was destroyed. He would have been thrilled to discover that part of his beloved city survived.
When Beta escaped and hid in an ancient research facility, I saw another one of the Zeniths, Verbena. Who was she?
A dull star amidst a sea of brighter constellations. Unlike most of Far Zenith's members who amassed their wealth through shrewd business deals and technological achievements, Verbena inherited her billions. Her father had achieved great success in the luxury holotourism industry. At age 24, she became the world's most eligible bachelorette, branding herself a life designer. Someone who leverages their fame to influence the choice of others.
What, like a cult?
In a way, yes.
Well, she must have done something right to have survived this long.
She was her own brand of ruthless. That much is true. But even rats can cling to a vessel for escape.
Okay, so I've had run-ins with a handful of Zeniths. What about the rest?
An array of the wealthiest people on Earth. Titans of their industries.
And let me guess. All selfish and ruthless to the core?
Most, but not all. There were a few with whom I got along. Annika Murjani, for instance, was always delightful. She founded the HoloNet's most successful dance channel and was herself mesmerizing to watch. And I had fascinating discussions with Song Jiao about her work in cellular biology. Our immortality treatments are due in part to her achievements. But then there were others like Devin Miller, the CEO of a fast food printing corporation. His only real preoccupations were perfecting his golf swing and taking self-hollows. When I think about all of us, we really should have accomplished more. We had eternity.
You said before that you're not like the other Zeniths. That you never were. But you went along with all of their plans.
Out of necessity. I'm not proud of it. But complicity became a means of survival, both when Earth was consumed and when the colony on Sirius was destroyed. I did what I had to. But I resolved to remain one step ahead of the others, to try to undo what damage I could. Hence the data channel with Beta. The secret passage into their base and the little trick I pulled to save you.
Why do you think Elizabeth pulled away?
I've wondered that for 1,000 years. She was brilliant, visionary. She cared so deeply for the world, for the betterment of humanity. But it also felt like she kept everyone at arm's length, including me. She never wanted to share her burdens. I think, in the end, she had a core that she never let anyone be part of. Sometimes I wonder if anyone really knew her.
I found a recording of you and Elizabeth back in the proving lab after Farzeneth's attempt to steal Gaia.
Yes. A most unpleasant conversation.
She said something after the call. I think she regretted how things ended between you.
Did she? All this time, thank you for telling me. I've always hated that those were the last words we ever said to each other. And that her last impression of me was as a functionary of Farzeneth, not who I truly am.
Okay. I'll let you know when it's time.
I'll be here until then. And thank you, Aloy, for giving me this chance. My past has always been a struggle. More than once I've lost everything. But when I look to the future, I see Liz's dream fulfilled. A universe of new possibilities.
Maybe we can make it happen.
We will. I won't let anything get in the way. I promise you that.
Okay, 2 more companions to talk to.
Hey, Erend.
Then on to the final quest.
I was thinking of this.
Drain the body.
I see you've got your new arm ready to go.
That's...
Yes. It still feels strange. I've gotten used to the absence, but no matter. I'm sure I will need it before the attack on the Zenith base is through.
Haven't seen you since the battle at the Grove. How are you holding up?
I saw you fly on the wings of the Ten, and paralyze Regala's army with lightning. I would say that I am... inspired.
Thank you, I guess.
It is I who should be thanking you. All that remains is to follow you to the end. Whatever that will be.
We're lucky to have you on our side.
Oh, and by the way, I was hoping now would be a good time to go back to the Tremortusk site and test my new arm, before we leave on our mission.
Right. I'll let you know when I can make my way there.
Thank you.
Did you meet Tilda?
There is something about her that doesn't seem natural. I wouldn't be surprised if my sword went through her and she didn't bleed at all.
Honestly, with her, nothing would surprise me. Your people keep mentioning the wings of the Ten. What exactly does it mean?
The visions tell us that the Ten flew on great metal machines with wings, and leapt into battle from the sky. For us, to imitate this feat is the ultimate expression of martial prowess. It is why the challengers leap into the arena during the Kulrut. And now, you have done it. Like the deeds of the Ten themselves, it will never be forgotten. So, tell me, how did it feel?
I won't lie. Pretty good.
I can only imagine.
Things will get ugly once the Zeniths realize we're in their base. You'll need every trick you've ever learned.
I would have it no other way. Many soldiers died in the old world to make sure we stood here today. We will endure on their behalf. Though, I am curious how you intend to defeat the Zenith's defenses without an army of our own.
Leave that to me. Just make sure you're ready to fight.
As you say. You have more than earned my trust.
Think you're ready to put all your training to the test?
I am Tenakth. I am always ready.
Now that training time is over, what's on your mind?
The Bulwark, the Kulrut, and how we need another miracle if we're to survive the Zenith base.
I'll try not to let you down.
I know you will not.
Look, I know you're probably not happy about keeping Regala around, but I want her on our side when we fight the Zeniths.
It is more than she deserves. Even so, I will not question your judgment.
Thank you, Katalo. You nervous about the mission ahead?
If I live, it will be in victory. If I die, it will be in battle. What matters most is that you achieve your objective.
I'll do my best. We didn't really get to talk about what happened at Gemini.
There was nothing more to say. If he were Tenakth, Varl's bravery would have earned him sacred burial at the Grove, among the most distinguished of our tribe's warriors. His deeds were worthy of the Ten. When the fight is done, I will have the Inkers etch his memory on my skin, so that it may live on.
I'm sure he'd be honored. Anything new going on I should know about?
The Quen has been more insistent than usual, asking about the visions at the Grove. Her pursuit of knowledge is relentless. The Ten would have a hard time fighting her off.
Just think of her like one of your chaplains.
Yes. Only more persistent.
I'll see you soon then.
It will be my honor.
I did forget that Regala's probably around, so that's probably at least one other person I could talk to. I also have no idea where they would be.
So, you return. Bravo. You managed to sway a Zenith to your side. Care to explain?
Not a chance. I thought you said the weapon was ready.
There's always room to optimize. But that's not why you're here. I assume you want to comprehend my undertakings. So, ask away.
Since when were you so forthcoming?
Since you turned this into a waiting game. And as it seems you have found modest success, perhaps I'm willing to be generous.
Okay, so your big plan, everything you've been manipulating for the last few months. Let me see if I got this straight. You learned about the Zeniths from Hades when you interrogated it. Then you came up with a plan to defeat them by using a Tenakth army and that weapon. And to get the Tenakth to fight for you, or rather the Sons of Prometheus, armed Regala's rebels with override tech.
Did you have an actual question, or are you still playing catch-up?
So all this time, even before I found the coordinates at the Spire, you were out here scheming. Why couldn't you just tell me?
When I learned of the Zenith's return to Earth, I laid out my plans. I knew I would one day require an army of overzealous Tenakth to assault the Zenith base. The casualties would be extreme. And I knew you would never allow such a sacrifice, no matter how necessary. Thus, I devised a means to remove your interference from the equation. At the Hades Proving Lab.
You wanted me to surrender to the Zenith at the Hades Proving Lab. They almost killed me.
Based on everything I knew about them, I concluded they would find you a useful asset, thereby keeping you out of harm's way and, more importantly, out of my way.
So you really didn't know they had their own clone of Elizabeth?
No. Unfortunately, there was no way I could have known that particular detail.
Detail? Well, I guess if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't be here today. Why create the Sons of Prometheus? You didn't need a Sarah to make override tech.
They were a necessary safeguard. My time serving Hades and the Eclipse demonstrated the risks of getting directly involved. Through the Sons of Prometheus, I could execute my plans, all while remaining anonymous.
Except to a Sarah. How did you get a Sarah to work for you?
I knew there was an associate of the Oseram tinker, Durval, who escaped his failed assault on Meridian. It was trivial to track her down and gain her cooperation. She wanted to succeed where Durval had failed.
So you promised her Regala, and the Tenakth. The Sarah would help you create a machine-riding army, and wanted to see Meridian burn as much as she did.
And so a partnership was born out of thirst for blood, bonded in mutual self-interest.
You think you had everything figured out, huh?
I did.
Tell me about the weapon. How does it work?
I've upgraded the delivery system. It now emits a wave-like effect covering a significant distance.
That doesn't fully answer my question.
No, but I'd be a fool to reveal its inner workings. After all, why did you withhold your plan for dealing with the Zenith drones? Yes, even you can appreciate the value of secrecy when warranted. Suffice it to say that the weapon will work. The intricacies of how is knowledge that is mine alone.
Why help Regala take over? If you wanted an army, you could have just gone to Hikaru.
Before Regala's rebellion, Hikaru was only concerned with battling machines and fostering friendships with the Karja. Even if I gained his ear, he would never agree to send his forces to battle a threat he couldn't understand.
So helping a bloodthirsty exile was easier?
Yes, exceedingly so. All Regala craved was war against the Karja and anyone who threatens the Tenakth. She would have led the tribe into battle without question, which was precisely what I needed.
While I was out there, I had a couple run-ins with the Quen.
The tribe from across the ocean. And?
Their entire tribe was shaped around the discovery of focuses. One of them, Alva, even joined me here. Don't you want to know more about them?
No. They stumbled upon the greatest technological artifact from the ancient world, and what did they do with it? They shrouded the knowledge they unearthed in mysticism and taboo, creating a pantheon out of corporate shields.
Yes, well, it also led them to Thebes.
Did it now?
So those run-ins with the Quen I mentioned. On one of them I teamed up with their expedition to search Thebes. We found Pharaoh at the end.
You must have needed Omega clearance. So, what was it like?
Worse than you can imagine.
He single-handedly wiped out collective human knowledge. I'm sure it was still less than he deserved.
Let me guess. You would have scraped him into a jar so you could prod his brain, like what you did with Hades.
For a start.
All right, Silence. I think I've talked to you long enough. I'll let you know when it's time to go. And try not to mess with Tilda while you're in here, okay? I don't need the two of you butting heads.
Ah, yes. About your Zenith ally. I wonder if you understand what kind of person you're dealing with. For someone to live as long as she has, outlast as many calamities, well, your goals may be aligned now, but I'd watch for the moment they diverge.
Yeah, I'm aware. Reminds me of someone else I know.
Survival is only a necessity to my greater purpose, Aloy. I'd hoped you'd recognize that by now.
Do you know something or not?
Oh, I know a great deal of things. But on this, just call it a feeling.
Oh, a feeling? You mean you finally had one? Huh. Guess even you can change, Silence.
Whoa.
Gonna clean my gear later. I can do yours if you want.
There's only one companion left I could talk to, and I
Don't mention it.
have to figure out where they are. Apparently down there.
This place smells wrong. No sand or wind, only cold steel. And the others up there, your squad.
They can hold their own. As for this base, it may not be what you're used to, but it is a shelter.
Call it what it is. A cage.
You came here on your own.
For the battle you promised. So for now I wait in my cage for your word. Tell me when to strike.
The whole time I've been in the West, I've been fighting you and your rebels. I'd at least like to know why.
You were among the enemy. What more is there to know?
Why did you do it?
Dorak, Jiroka, Makalo, and the Karja pushed into the desert to raid our people. My brother's squad was among the first to intercept them. But the Karja captured them, strung them up, and burned them alive as an example. It was too late. I found them by the sound of their screams.
So you wanted vengeance?
Vengeance? No. I wanted devastation. To tear down the Karja's cities and drown the land in blood. Hunt down every last survivor and grind their bones until the sky chokes on the dust. But my chief betrayed me. Betrayed the Tanakh.
How did Hikaru betray you?
Hikaru called on the clans to resist the Karja's red raids. But we did more than just defend. We hunted them, and they fled as children before a pack of claw striders all the way to their border. There we ripped down their stone walls. Their domain was ours for the taking. But when it came time to push on, Hikaru ordered us to fall back. What soldier retreats when slaughter is at hand?
The kind who wants peace for their people.
Peace is just a lull between vendettas. But I thought my chief had greater tactics in mind, so I stood by him, even when he allowed that filthy Karja to join our ranks.
Fashav.
I enjoyed watching him die at the embassy. He should have been put down when we first captured him on the field. Instead, Hikaru made him a marshal.
Fashav told me how he became a marshal. He earned it just like any Tanakh.
It was an insult. No outlander can ever deserve to wear our armor, bear our marks. And then a Karja messenger was brought before us? That's when I knew. I had to run my blade through Hikaru and drag his treacherous corpse to the gates of the sun.
What happened when the Karja messenger appeared before Hikaru?
The quivering priest bore a message from their new king. No more war. No more raids. Suddenly the Karja wanted to talk peace. An embassy at the very fortress we tore down? A true Tanakh would never take a Karja truce. Their blood exists to be spilled. But Hikaru lapped up the priest's message. He showed himself a Karja-loving traitor when he accepted. That's when I challenged him.
And lost.
His mercy was just another sign of his weakness. I vowed never to rest until the debt was repaid, with him on his knees before me. So with an army of soldiers and machines at my back, I returned. The day you got in my way.
The deal you made. Override tech in exchange for an assault on the Zenith base. How did Silence approach you?
That name means nothing to me. My agreement was with the Oseram Asera and her sons of Prometheus.
So all this time, you didn't even know who you were really dealing with? And you trusted an Outlander?
If it was a trick, I would have crushed her. But she spoke with the same burning hatred for the Karja. And she offered me the chance to run them down with machines. The terror in your enemy's eyes when they see you charge. You know what I'm talking about. I bet you felt it.
I don't think so. What about your end of the deal? Would you have honored it?
Had I killed Hakaro and become chief, these Zeniths would have been the first of the tribe's victories. But because of you, my people will continue to consort with the enemy. A tribe of weaklings.
Because of me, hundreds of Tenakth won't throw away their lives in a battle they can't win. Are you really going to fight alongside me?
I have no reason to betray you.
Really?
I failed to kill Hakaro, failed to eliminate you. No Tenakth would follow me now. The Karja remain out of my reach, cowering behind their walls. All I have left are the screams of those long dead and unending rage. So show me where to bury it.
All right. I guess we'll both face the end soon enough.
Ever since you got in my way, I've wanted to see your bones burned white beneath the sun. But if I'm to die in battle, then it might as well be with the one who flew with the wings of the Ten.
I'll let you know when it's time to move out.
Okay. Done talking to all the companions. So now, time to start the last battle. Because all that's really left is that last machine scan in the story. I don't think there's anything else I need to track, so I will just go. I'll stop by the campfire here just to check the rumor one last time. Although, given that it's now been about 3.5 hours, I will probably just beat the game. No rumor icon.
Don't let the pretty landscapes fool you. It's deadly out here.
Okay, so time to head out, and ideally I would like to make sure that I can get a stash of some kind first, just because I don't think I was able to refill in the shelter, or in the base. And I do not want to go in with half resources to the final act of the game. There we go. Luckily, I happened to come over here for a side quest, so I could just fast travel straight here. You pass this point, you'll be locked in the singularity, and the open world will be unavailable for the duration of the quest.
Okay, everyone. I'm at the rendezvous point. It's time to rescue Beta and Gaia.
Understood, Aloy. We're on our way.
Aloy,
Where are the others?
not far behind.
Egghead here couldn't stand traveling with the pack.
Are we all here? Then let's begin.
A tunnel.
An ancient escape route from the ruins on the island. When I realized it ran all the way across the water, I thought it might prove useful to come and go undetected. So I concealed it from the others. Shall we?
I wish there was a less pungent way to get way inside the base.
Agreed.
There's the launch tower. That plane offers a little cover, so the only viable path is through there. There will be specters guarding it, and many more can be deployed from those hangars.
All right. Alva, Catalo, get to it.
Where are they going?
Somewhere important. Erend, you're with me. You guys, take the high ground in case we need covering fire.
Tactically sound, I suppose. What will she do?
There's a sensor node nearby. If I hack into it, I should be able to scramble the network and keep you undetected. But not for long.
Then we should proceed.
One more thing. Open up the channel to Beta. Audio only.
Aloy.
We're here, and we're coming for you. You know what to do, right?
As long as you hold up your end.
We will. See you soon.
Be careful.
Let's go.
And
Into
we
the
go.
launch tower as quickly as possible. I'll do my best to conceal our intrusion.
Beware, Aloy. Spectres ahead.
Company. Follow my lead.
That's what I do.
Didn't quite work how I hoped.
Let's get into this. Live long, kill your enemy. You got its weak spot. Hey, boy. Hey, boy. You okay? Don't you go dying on me. Now finish.
Surprising quite a bit of damage there. little bit too greedy on that last arrow. Can't quite get him. They're just out of... really good at staying just out of melee range. Take that one. Knock something off. Okay, quick revenge there. Well, that works.
I think you're right.
Find anything?
Yeah.
That is probably the one thing that I'm going to have to be careful of, is running out of sludge for my big arrows. Because while my hunter arrows, which I mostly use, I'm going to get quite a few of, those precision arrows or elemental ones are going to be limited by quite a bit. And that's just because I can only carry a fairly small amount and they're expensive to craft.
What's in this backpack, metal bricks?
Aloy, Alva and I are closing in on the regulator.
Keep me posted.
It's creepy in here.
Don't worry. I'll protect you.
I wish I had a glider. I guess I'll find another way across.
At least it seems like this is the right way.
I'm not really built for climbing.
Sorry, Erend.
Way to make it.
Aloy's under attack! Cover her! Firing!
Not beer.
Oops. Try to go for a hit after the spin.
Decent shot, I guess.
Better than any Oseram.
Any good loot?
A little.
definitely much nicer when I have to deal with them one at a time. Although I should probably be making use of
Tired yet?
these random weapons lying around.
Yeah! Clear those weeds.
With me.
Pick it up if you need it. This'll help.
The inspector's a good sport! We can take this one, Aloy! Keep moving!
Setting her on fire. That Stormbird carcass should get us over the gap.
I hate Stormbirds. But I guess, yeah, dead ones handy. Hey, you remember the good old days when our only worry was whether Meridian would be destroyed? You know, instead of a whole world?
Oh yeah. Good times.
More specters. I'll attack when you... And they went...
Big hit there.
Bottoms up. You don't hurt me that easy.
Really having trouble hitting that one. Probably want to roll over here. I've been more ready for that charge. And dead. Got a little bit too greedy with that melee hit, especially since I didn't get any kind of stagger.
Here we go.
The inspector's a good sport! We can take this one, Aloy! Keep moving! Back to the site!
That Stormbird carcass should get us over the gap.
I hate Stormbirds. But I guess, yeah, dead ones handy enough. Hey, you remember the good old days when our only worry was whether Meridian would be destroyed? You know, instead of a whole world?
Oh yeah. Good times.
Disc launcher over there might be handy.
More specters. I'll attack when you...
It's not as many shots as I was hoping for.
Much better.
Who's next?
Maybe a little bit of range boost, because I was fairly close before. It's just a matter of getting stronger picks. This one's almost done. They do kind of occasionally stun lock me, which gets a bit annoying. Like if they just keep spamming spin, and I can't quite get out of range fast enough. Don't know what hit me there. Let's get an explosion. One's mad. I'll also make sure that none of these are any story mode one I should be worried about. Down. Getting greedy with those melee hits. That's just me taking too long to craft.
I think that's all of them. Let's push on.
Find anything?
Yeah.
Am gonna probably need a medicine refill.
Here, up this rock.
Okay, looted nearly everything here. Not full on medicine, but I got enough for at least 2 stacks. I still haven't used any potions.
We're gonna have to climb around this corner.
I'll try not to complain.
I can see the way forward. Keep moving.
Going as fast as we can. You alright?
Sort of.
I do have 6 large potions for an emergency, but I would rather save those until I'm actually in the base.
Could try using acid ammo.
How many specters do the Zenith have?
fight at once, that's for sure.
I liked how he's just kind of standing there with his guns out. There's one weapon knocked off. Not used to them doing that sweep. Usually it's straight vertical shot. That definitely made the whole fight way easier.
Up the slab. Looks like the others have things under control.
Aloy, Alva and I are in position.
Do it. Blow the regulator.
A moment while I ignite the charges.
Don't really need to fight this one, but I just kind of want to. Especially because, like...
This is coming with me.
I did also want to try out that pulse cannon, because I don't think I've gotten a chance to yet. Because usually the Spectres tend to be only 1 or 2. There's nothing to use the cannon on.
Alva and Catalo did their job. Now it's Beta's turn.
Aloy? I think we're in trouble.
Whatever you plan to do to stop those specters, you better do it now.
I'm not doing anything. Beta will. She just needs a little time.
Time that we don't have.
Come on, Beta, come on, come on, come on.
What is that?
Our army.
I think you got their attention.
Very clever. You had Beta inject Hephaestus into the base's printer matrix.
Which is faster and more powerful than any cauldron.
Now we can crank out machines to its heart's content. Get to the launch tower before this whole place becomes a war zone.
Your maneuver, as clever as it is, means that Hephaestus has escaped containment. It will no doubt flee back to the Cauldron network.
We grabbed it once, we'll get it again.
Or find a way to replicate its functionality, perhaps, with the Apollo database.
Can't tell if I'm going the right way. I think I went backwards. Just when we dropped down, it looked like... Well, Erend is following. There is a large machine that I haven't looted.
Aloy, in case we don't make it, I just have one regret.
What is it?
That we had to do all this climbing.
That big rock might give us a bridge to get up and through.
Gotcha.
I guess not all the Spectres are fighting our machines.
Ah, because that'd have made it nice and easy.
Don't get much use from purge water ammo here.
How am I doing on berries? Not quite full.
Well, I'll just leave it here then. Live long, kill your ass. Now this is why I came along.
They did not seem entirely sure how to deal with me. They were just kind of running around in circles. Oops. Don't like being surrounded like this. Well, Aaron students work. I think like the spin or the area effect attack seem to be the main things that catch me off guard. Oof. These fights are definitely dicey, but not terrible. My biggest problem pretty much being the expected one, where I still have 11 sludge, which isn't terrible. I broke even for that fight. It's like I'm very reliant on the area resources to give me a minimum of 2 back just so I can break even. Unless I use multiple arrows, in which case I need more than that. It's probably the one
This way.
downside I would say of the revamped resource system is that some of the resources feel like they don't give me enough to work with, and there isn't really a reason for it.
And now to the left.
You can get to the launch tower through the hangar up ahead. I'm heading over to join you now.
The hangar's in bad shape, but I can see the way in. Hurry, Aloy!
Medicine-wise, not doing terrible.
By the blood of the Ten!
jump through the trap there, which is fine. So at least it means they got hit by it.
I've got an angle.
As do I.
Shot of that. Good work, everyone. Let's go.
Over here, Aloy.
Whoa. That's good. Launch tower over there, but I don't see
This is the way up.
any other specters. Kind of hoping for at least one, just so I could get an easy pick.
Whoa. Look at all this Zenith space stuff.
Okay, I think I made me climb.
Come on, let's go! This way, demon! Ah! This is the death I was promised. Go!
Now I'm wondering how that plays out.
Peacefully to the cycle.
She cared nothing for peace.
At least you died on her own terms. That's your point.
Aloy, it's been intense, but Catalo got me to a network node. I'm trying to get in.
Keep at it. We're almost to the tower.
I do wonder what happens if, like, people chose the brutal route for Regala. Does that whole scene just not exist, or do they just swap out the characters?
Now we know who's been causing all the fuss. Tilda's little pet.
Silence! Zenith inbound. Can we drop their shields, please?
I'm powering it up. Stay still.
This is pointless. You can't hurt us. Face it, you're worms that ooze through the cracks into our basement.
Silence?
One moment more.
But I might just spare you if you give up Tilda. I think it's safe to say she's forfeited her share of our operation. Permanently.
There.
No? Nothing. Fine. All right, people. Light 'em up! Are we supposed to be scared?
let Gerard escape. It won't take long before he preps the shuttle for launch. Then he'll be able to take Beta and Gaia into orbit and onto the Odyssey beyond our reach.
We gotta go through there?
I failed to see another option.
Then we'll carve a path. Ready?
Get to the top and secure Gaia. I'll stop Gerard.
I gotta get to the top of the tower and free Beta.
Aloy, time machine filth! Apologies for that. We're okay. As long as Alva hurries.
I'm almost into the network!
Just do the best you can.
Random console there.
Elevator. Promising.
You got some unfinished business, little girl. I don't need a shield to take you out.
Trust me, you're gonna wish you had one.
Oh, the little mousy fence.
And in the face.
Whoa! I can't let him catch me.
Oof. That's a problem.
I'm taking you down. Not much without your shield, are ya? Relief.
That was I was trying to go for Valor Surge, and that just ended up in kind of a weird interaction. That was a nice hit.
You're done for.
Does not get staggered easily. Unclear on where he went.
Aloy, are you there? I'm on my way to help. Just need to find my way in there.
This is the end for you.
Time for some target practice.
Once again, knocked his helmet off. That's quite a combo.
He's almost down.
I'll break you, girl.
Oh.
I almost forgot what it was like to hurt.
Now we're having fun, right?
You okay?
I will be. In time. Go. Rescue your sister. I'll regroup with the others and make sure they're alright.
Okay.
Looks like the machines and specters have almost wiped each other out. What was that?
Aloy, Gerard just activated the self-destruct failsafe on the printing matrix. He's taking control of a number of systems.
Including the lift?
I'm afraid so. He's restricted its access to the top. You'll have to climb from there. I have to go. I almost have.
Erend? Is everyone alright down there?
Mostly. We're cleaning up the last few specters.
What about the Zeniths?
Dead, I think. Zoe told me you got Eric. Good work.
Yeah. Thanks. I guess only Tilda and Gerard are left then.
Aloy, you there? Listen, I got into the network, but only for a minute before I was shut out. I found a bunch of flight plans and trajectories, as if the Zeniths were planning to leave Earth.
Doesn't make any sense.
I know, but there's more. The files I found have a lot of references to something called Nemesis. Whatever it is, the Zeniths are afraid of it.
Alpha? Alpha! What's going on here? Maybe Beta can help me figure it out. If she's okay.
Yeah, it seems like I'm going the right way, because I haven't found anything that's stopping me yet.
I'm almost there.
We'll say it's a bit weird that some of the resources I'm getting don't seem like they're exclusive to like crafting or battle, which is kind of weird for an endgame area.
you okay? Look, I know you've been through a lot, but you have to help me access the Zenith network. I need to see their files, anything referring to the word Nemesis. Okay. Over there. The systems are down all over the base. I should be able to take advantage of... Yes, Nemesis. Here. There's something in deep space. It's following the Zeniths to Earth. Look. Escape vectors. Alva tried to warn me about this. The Zeniths aren't planning to stay here. It's a machine of some kind. Or a swarm of them. The energy readings are astronomical. Aloy, I don't think a natural disaster destroyed the Zenith colony on Sirius. This thing did. Earth isn't a new home for them. It's a way station. They're on the run.
I see you've been busy.
And you've been lying. Nemesis, what is it?
It is us. The minds of Far Zenith. Or failed copies of them, anyway. Back on Sirius, some of my peers weren't satisfied with physical immortality. They wanted digital transcendence. A way to upload their minds into any form, organic or mechanical. Nemesis was a failed experiment to that effect. Abandoned, but never erased. An immense database of our memories, emotions, and prejudices left to fester.
And it destroyed your colony?
We didn't realize it had gained sentience until it broke containment. It had everything it needed from our memories. Security protocols, system specs, override codes. It hacked everything before we knew what hit us. Then it took over our printing facilities, allowing it to gain any machine form it needed to wipe us out.
But why?
Imagine being trapped alone for decades with only the twisted echoes of megalomaniacs for company. It hates us for abandoning it to that prison. And now that it's free, it will do anything to destroy us, including denying us a safe harbor on Earth.
The extinction signal that woke Hades. You didn't send it. Nemesis did.
Finally, you understand. And when that failed, it launched from Sirius to finish the job itself. Which is why we must flee to a random planet circling a random star, somewhere it can never find us.
With Gaia, so you can build yourself a new world.
That's the plan. Even now. Earth is finished, Aloy. Nemesis will scour it of life to deny its creators a viable home. But Elizabeth's dream won't die. You'll come with me to the stars. And with Gaia, we'll create a new world. Together, where that monstrosity could never find us.
What? No.
I loved Elizabeth. More than you could ever know. And I let her stay behind to die with the rest of humanity. A mistake I have regretted for 1,000 years. Now she stands before me again. Not some inferior copy, but her best possible self. So I'm not asking. You're coming with me. It may seem harsh now. but you'll forgive me in a few centuries.
You can't force me, Tilda. Your shield is gone.
I have something better. Spectre Prime, to me.
Take cover! Get to the door! Submit, Aloy. You can't win.
I've heard that before.
And we got
Ask yourself why you're holding back.
I gotta get through all that armor before I can do
all
some
machine
damage.
scan. Got the trophy.
You cannot win!
That was a very delayed hit, and I wasn't quite expecting it.
Fusillade, now!
Those gold plates are vulnerable.
Whoa.
You're not taking me, Tilda!
That's unfortunate.
Execute attack pattern Sigma!
It's powering up.
See how it feels about that trap. Just completely ignored it.
Giving up. Oh, that thing's fast. Well, that did
Fire
something.
barrage!
I'll shut you down.
And missiles.
Surely nothing is worth this pain.
Running low on medicine. Don't know what that weak spot was, but that was kind of interesting.
Activate!
It's quick. This won't work, Tilda.
Fire!
Oof. Ate my stamina, so I can't attempt it again. big boom, but I am gonna need some potions.
This'll help. You're not gonna beat me!
That was quite a lunge.
Why do you not value your life?
It's using those gold plates to power its attacks.
I do not wish to mourn you.
Boy. Get a quick refresh on the weak spots.
Soon we will be all that is left of the human race.
Shot right between the legs.
A few more hits.
I had to get that potion because I figured I was gonna die if I didn't.
I am the only way you get to live, Aloy.
Armor's off! Got a piece of it.
Target active.
That's also a lot of status effects I'm noticing on me, and I think it's all because of Valor.
Maximum load. Engage.
Why is potion not working? Like, I was clearly drinking a potion, but it just wasn't giving me any health.
I knew you didn't truly want to hurt me.
I gotta get through all that armor before I can do some damage.
Acid is apparently their weakness, so maybe that's the way to go. I think that's a heal. At least that's the way it seemed like it was presenting it.
Sticks and stones against the lightning.
I think I landed it.
There. I can target its gold plating.
You must submit.
That was a very unfortunate miss.
Ha! Those gold plates are vulnerable.
Is this where you want to end your journey?
Not getting as lucky hitting that one small piece as I was before. almost done.
Give it up!
There we go. A little bit delayed when they made contact, but it's fine.
You cannot!
Well, that did something.
Whoa.
That suit won't protect you!
Didn't quite get out of range of the missiles.
Target active!
Cut that thing's armor!
Got a full range boost.
This world is finished! We must leave together!
Oh, that thing's fast.
I have you!
Messed up my trap.
Go down!
Hit her! End this!
Ah, the berries.
It's powering up! That'll keep me on my feet.
That was real dicey.
This Spectre was designed to survive against more than that.
Wasn't ready for that second explosion.
Stones against the lightning.
You're finished, Tilda!
There we go.
Why couldn't you just let me choose?
She tried to take you. And she told you about Nemesis.
So you've known all along.
From Hades, yes. Along with data on how to circumvent the Zenith shields. Everything I did to create the Rebel Army was based on that knowledge. To reach this place, this moment.
And you You couldn't just tell me?
Come now, Aloy. You're the last person to act sensibly in the face of impossible odds. When I learned of Nemesis from Hades, I saw the pieces on the board and how to play them. And in that same moment, I knew it was a game you would never play. That you would interfere and attempt to save the Tenakth. I was correct, to a point. You ruined my plans, but brought your own to fruition. The end result is the same. We're here. And now it's time for me to leave this doomed planet behind. To seize the Odyssey and the Apollo database, and begin a new chapter in my pursuit of knowledge, one with infinite possibilities. You can join me if you so desire. You've more than earned your place. Unlike Tilda, I'm extending a polite invitation.
You're going to just take off? And abandon everything? Stay. Help me fight that thing.
Perhaps Tilda didn't adequately define the threat. Nemesis can't be stopped. It destroyed a highly advanced Zenith colony in a matter of hours. What hope does this primitive tribal Earth have? If you brought Gaia, you wouldn't be abandoning life, you'd be saving a seed for a new world. Just as Elizabeth did. It's the choice she made. The sacrifice of all that is for the hope of what might be. If she were here in your place, she would board that shuttle, Aloy.
Found her.
Is she hurt?
Still on her feet.
Thank the Ten.
Goodbye, Silence.
She looks okay.
She looks victorious.
As always.
Aloy. You did it.
Hey, where's he going?
As far away as anyone can go.
Oh. Are you sure?
You're staying.
For a time. You people are going to need all of the help you can get.
Does anyone else need a drink?
Not if it's that ale of yours.
I'd be fine with a nap.
Excellent idea.
I hope it's really over this time.
There's another battle ahead, Elizabeth. Very different than the one you fought. It's not about the distant hope of creating a new world. It's about preserving the one we have. My friends have a new mission. To spread the word and ask for help. They've taken it in stride. I think it's because they've always known what I've only just started to understand. That the people of this world have the strength to fight any battle. the ingenuity to solve any problem. Courage to overcome any obstacle. And the resilience to rise after any setback. As for me, I can't say I'm not afraid. What lies ahead will be harder than anything we've faced before. But I know I can put the fear aside. Because for the first time in my life, I feel like I'm not alone.
And credits. So I can't say I expected them to set up a sequel that cleanly, because it seemed like Space Colonist was pretty out there as far as oncoming threats, and then to drop a new, like, ultimate big bad at the last minute is definitely something. And if I were to wager a guess, I would almost bet if you're looking for an excuse in game, lore-wise, to get an advanced civilization to fight back against a super advanced, like, digital monster, it's probably going to involve going to Alva's, like, home continent, or because they're the ones who have already studied pretty much everything available, and the only ones who would have any chance of, like, building anything up that could stand against it with the information available in time. That's where I see a sequel going for this. As for my thoughts on this game, I mean, overall, everything, as I probably said many times, is just a direct upgrade to everything that was in Zero Dawn, and generally for the better. My only main gripes of the game, it felt like it took too long to get some of the story items. Like, the biggest pet peeve of mine was the metal flowers, because if I was going by level-wise, it was over halfway through the game before I finally unlocked them, and by that point I had seen dozens of metal flowers that I couldn't do anything with. And it felt like I was doing something wrong because of how far away they were into the continent. My other big gripe, I think, is just some of the more unnecessarily grindy elements. Like weapons and armor, I didn't max anything outside of the first green sets because the resources would require me to go to machine camps explicitly to grind. And that just seems not fun. And while they did offer workarounds like buying things from vendors, it never felt like I encountered enough vendors with the material pieces I needed to get even close to what I would need to upgrade. And then there's a ton of materials that they gave me that felt like they were going to be part of major upgrades later on, like the green chunks, but I'm pretty sure I have tons of those that I never even used anywhere. Like, basically, for lower upgrades, it feels like the green shard should have been sufficient, and then it starts to get more into the hyper-specific machine stuff later levels. Would have probably been a more enjoyable progression. Then it's like, if I want to max out an armor, I have to grind, but if I have to level it up one time, like that last legendary armor I got, then that's when it starts to feel really tedious, because if that's the first level, then why would I bother with the other 4? But other than that, on a more positive note, overall, love the gameplay changes, love the adjustments to melee. I still ended up defaulting to only like 1 or 2 weapons in most cases, and they were the same weapons I played in the original one. But even when I tried to experiment with other weapons, I never felt like I disliked them. Like the spike thrower, especially towards the end, like had its moments, and felt like very satisfying and impactful to use. The shredder might have been fun if I was good with it, but it felt like it was too much to try to manage catching it and also avoiding getting two-shotted by everything in the game. I could have probably found more uses for things like the warrior bow, especially since I got a legendary one, but I only ended up really using it for elementals for most of the game, which then got replaced by a better hunter bow at the very end. Narrative-wise, I would say every side quest in this game felt vastly more impactful than the side quests in the original game, both because it felt like the characters had more personality and because it gave me an opportunity to get to know the characters that didn't feel like they were just rattling off like world-building lore. Like, the whole purpose of this fort is that we're a big forge, it's like, and then that was pretty much the limit of the original game, where in this one it would go into, like, say, the first one that came to mind is like those 2 sisters who are weapon merchants who are forging explosives. Like, encountering them multiple times and then going kind of into their family life. It's really added a whole lot more to the side quests in the narrative. And then story-wise, it was pretty solid by itself. I can't say any part of the main storyline quest stands out as a low point for me. It felt like everything had a natural progression to it. It would have been nice, again, as I mentioned earlier, if the tools had been a bit better spaced out relative to when to the areas where they're useful started appearing. Like, for example, sunken caves and underwater stuff, while there were definitely a fair share of underwater sections, it didn't feel like, as far as like exploration or completion wise, that the diving mask did much for me, where if I had gone metal flowers before the mask, I would have got a whole bunch more completion stuff and resources earlier on. But I can't say there was any collectibles I disliked once I had the tools for them. I guess Arena could have been better. That's probably my only gripe. I like the ideas of it, but I think on very hard mode, I'm not really looking for more of a combat challenge. Especially ones where I have to have the pre-assigned gear set. I guess, like, on one hand it forces me to try to use different playstyles, but it more often felt like there's only one good playstyle because it was also being timed. And if I couldn't figure out what that was from the gear set at a glance, then I was just kind of out of luck. And I would say every collectible that I did encounter felt like it had pretty satisfying rewards at the end, usually getting legendary gear as a trade for getting all the collectibles. That seems like a very good round off and progression, even if it doesn't really advertise those on the collectibles. there was definitely a point in the game where it felt like getting like the hunting lodge weapons and the turn-ins for those really increased my overall pace. Like, it felt like once I got the right set of weapons for my playstyle, it basically streamlined everything in the game, which I would say is a good thing. It makes me glad that I played this on very hard, because had I been playing this on a lighter difficulty, that turnaround would not have been as meaningful of a payoff. Which was like my problem when I played, say, God of War originally for the PlayStation 4. Because I did it on the second hardest difficulty, and there was a point in the game where I got an ability that felt really powerful, and then the whole game after that still felt difficult, but not nearly the challenge that it was prior. And I think because I had this on very hard, it kept a pretty kept me consistently on my toes, I guess is a way to put it. Because even if I had a way better bow and was dealing way more damage consistently, I still could get three-shotted by pretty much anything in the game. I do kind of wish I had tried out more of the Valor abilities, but my problems with Valor are pretty much... I don't really get a good feel for what they did based on the descriptions, and they often cost way too many skill points to get the level 3, so I just kind of stuck to the arrow one because it fit my playstyle already, with very little intrusion. But, assuming that Platinum Trophy pops as it should, I'm very satisfied with this playthrough. I don't feel like I need to go in and get anything else. I feel like I've done pretty much everything I wanted to do. I've gotten everything I can out of the game, and I did it on the hardest difficulty available. If there were DLC, obviously I would be open to doing more of it, but I'm very satisfied where it's at now. And I do not regret getting the Regalia edition. I still really enjoy the statue for it, and I don't regret paying more money for what ended up being an 80-hour experience. Trying to think, is there anything else that stands out to me, because I did not expect these credits to be quite this long, but it is doing a good job of showcasing pretty much all the biomes that we went through. And I guess one thing obvious mentioned, there was a fair share of bugs in this playthrough. Which, I mean, for a game of this scale and size, a few slipping through is fine, but there were definitely a few that stood out to me, like icons not removing when I completed the like random collectible there was one that really kind of irked me, because I feel like that's the other part of the reason is before this stream specifically, I watched like the completionist video on what it would look like to do a true 100% of this, and knowing that in their experience that some things were bugged and didn't complete properly and seemingly couldn't be completed, that also steers me away from something I already knew that I wouldn't want to do, but to know that even outside of having to find a bunch of random data points to get 100%, that some things may bug and not count is a little bit upsetting for an in-game tracker. But yeah, despite the few, I would say the faults in this game are few and far between, and overall it's a very solid package, especially for the scale of what this game was. And I'm interested to see where they go with the sequel, because I have seen news around that they may have already teased the sequel for it. And I mean, obviously they can't like leave it off at that point where the planet's heading for imminent disaster, even more so than it was to start this game. And I think one of the things I'm really looking forward to the most that I kind of wish they did more of, like when the land gods were prepared for Plainsong, seeing the whole world like update to restore the area from being just covered in blight. I hope that the next game does more with that concept. Like seeing how the impact of this game has now reshaped the world over. It looks like we're at the end of the credits. But yeah, as far as this franchise goes, I'm definitely down for more DLC and another sequel. And I'm really satisfied with the game overall. Did I accidentally skip a cutscene? All trophies obtained. Now free to continue exploring and complete any unfinished quests and activities.
When it looks impossible, look deeper. And then fight like you can win. I will, Rost. Now and always.
So yeah, I think
It's Varl's. I used to think no Nora would ever accept one. But Varl did. Even when he was overwhelmed. He refused to let me push him away.
let's see how. So 85% is not too bad. Got all the machines and got the platinum. So the only thing left to do now is to save the game and call it a day. I have to say I didn't expect this to go on for 5 hours. I figured I had maybe 3 at best, but I am glad that I took that break between streams because I don't want to do a 12-hour stream. Especially just to finish up the game that I was planning on finishing anyway. But yeah, that's going to be it for me today. I'm not going to pick up a new game immediately because I still want to finish up at least one more game. It'll probably be the Great Ace Attorney before I pick up a new one, but I also still want to work on Chrono Cross and Stranger Paradise. Let's see who's on to raid. I see Chen's going. Let's go say hi to Chen.
No nonsense, just trade.
Yeah, I'm very happy with where this game left off, and I feel like they're definitely going to do DLC post-game support to start setting up more of the sequel in terms of like how it's going to play out. But that's going to be it for me today. The next time I stream, I don't know what I'll be playing. I might try to finish up Ace Attorney immediately, or I might do more Chrono Cross. Stranger Paradise is still kind of one that I'm doing it based on mood, or when I want just kind of head empty smash things for a few hours. But that's it for me today. Have a good one. Bye-bye.